See, you wanna go? And we are live with day 7 of Final Fantasy XIV Online Endwalker. Yeah, hopefully this stream doesn't crash, because it took 3 hours, it took 2.5 hours to render yesterday's VOD as a single video. It literally just finished rendering. Well, just finished uploading. Like 10 minutes ago, and I was just like, Anyway, without further ado, ponder, warrant, cherish, welcome. Well, we mustn't keep the others waiting. Let us return to Anagnoresis? Um... Anyway, let's get to it. Let's get to it. And Flodeus. Hey! It's the boys. My apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the ambistomas are safe and well. I will presently send them back to their space if you would go on ahead to the main building. Upon entering, you will see a table and chairs, a meeting area, and we may speak there. Very well. Take care not to let the creature slip away again. It's Flodeus and Emmett Selk. The boy! I miss the boy. Rest in pepperonis. So we're soon to realize we are the ones who killed him, technically. Stupid final tests. Why couldn't it have been a written exam or something?
This appears to be the place.
Ah.
And here is where we part ways.
Why?
We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins. What? Will I have to remove you by force?
I'd like to see you try. I'll beat your ass in 10,000 years. You got nothing yet.
Let's hear them then, these reasons of yours. Who knows? If I deem your mysterious cause worthy, I may even be inclined to offer my assistance.
I do not object to his attendance.
Oh, thank goodness.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
Perhaps, but I believe he can be trusted. Meteion would not have taken to him so quickly otherwise. Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
I'm not exactly... Okay.
As you wish, then. Behave yourself, do you hear?
Yes, yes.
So, it's finally happened, then.
Aye. Van Daniels declared his intention to step down and named you as his preferred successor. In recognition of your knowledge and your works, the Convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration.
Oh.
As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure. And above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation. I understand that you and Van Daniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis after all. I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
I did. He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
Oh, so you've known everything then. Very nice.
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the Convocation?
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words. No. What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Van Daniel is stepping down. Does this not mean that he will return to the Star?
Of his own volition, yes, like so many others have before him.
Return to the Star? Does that mean die?
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis? Mankind is the life of Aetheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance. In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place, that all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness. To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation, and by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today. To return to the star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it. A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world. And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful, always.
The 14 are no exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom. Mayhap you feel Van Daniel's deeds do not warrant his return. Yet you should know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. And channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
I know of all this. I do. It's just... I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all. Oh no. I've made her upset. Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteon outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
I'm sorry, John. I didn't mean sigh. A walk. Perhaps we can go for a walk. Hermes gets sad when he thinks about death. When others are sad, I'm sad too. That's how I am. How he made me. But don't worry, I'm fine now. So, why did you come here? You want to learn about Elpis and Hermes? Ooh, teach you. I can teach you. We could take turns. I tell you something, then you tell me something. It will be. Where to start? Ah, yes. Let's talk to Memnon. He should be near the Aetheryte. I'm not good at explaining, but Memnon is. So I'll have him explain instead. We don't actually read what do I call it? They're accompanying you, please. On the thing. And what have we here? Though you look like a person, your ether is quite thin. I assume you're a familiar like Meteon. Is there something you need? This is John. Could you teach him about Elpis? Ah, newly arrived familiar, is he? Very well. I should be glad to introduce our fair facility to him. As you know, it is mankind's duty to make the star a better place. As part of this duty, we employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply release our works into the world for release to chaos. No, any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine their fitness to exist, testing which is conducted here in Elpis. Every candidate is subjected to rigorous study in which we identify their properties, surmise what habitats might be suitable, and speculate as to the effects they may have on the environment and other species. Should we judge a beneficial addition to the star, it will be allowed to take its place in the world. The two of you, too, were created with the hope of making the star a better place, so heed your masters well and be good. Do you hear? We will, Memnon, we will. Thanks for the lesson. You had a turn, now I get a turn. Where'd you come from? Then I probably don't know it. I don't know much about other places. But this place is important to you. I can feel it. Oh, my power. I haven't told you about it. A creation. Let's find a creation. One not being watched. Then I'll explain my power. Oh, this creation is perfect. But I don't remember seeing it before. Perhaps it's new. Anyway, I'll try reading its mind. That's my power. I can't read it, or maybe there's nothing to read? Wait, please wait. I'll try again with you this time. Greetings, can you hear me? This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me and project my emotions to others in return. I'm not actually speaking to you in your mind. Rather, you're converting my emotions into words and intention, a process performed subconsciously by intelligent life forms. This ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings, even should they communicate via unknown languages or other nonverbal means. As a consequence, I am clumsy at speaking. Yet though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible. For everyone has thoughts and feelings that they may wish to hide. I harbor an affection for you, one that is difficult to define. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, prismatic. They draw me in and leave me wanting to know more. Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my power when speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend. Did you hear me? Good. Now it's my turn again. So what are you good at? Ooh, a secret. That's something you want to hide. Just leave it to me. There, I blocked it out. I can't block everything. Not strong feelings, but that wasn't too strong. I think we might be bothering it. It's bothering me. Let's keep going. We'll go and see UNth next. She's usually in a small building, one on the west row. Ugh. Oh. Well, if it isn't Meteon, I see you've brought a friend today. Greetings, UNth. An apple. Could you make me an apple? The kind Hermes likes, covered in syrup. I want to share it with John. Oh, candied apple. Hermes is certainly partial to them, but you know you can't eat Meteon. You weren't made to do so. But I like it too. It may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. You've taken Hermes' likes for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one for Hermes soon, I promise. I'm sorry, John. I want to show you my favorite thing. Then I could ask about yours, but I failed. Ooh, that's what you like? Yes, I can feel it. Your joy and happiness. And it makes me happy too. Thanks for sharing it with me, John. Well, we've walked and talked a lot. Maybe Hermes has finished talking too. Shall we go and see? I feel like Meteon is supposed to be important. Like, we know Hermes is important. We know Emet and Ithlodeus are definitely important. But like, I feel like Meteon is supposed to be important. There you are. I can see the fresh air has done Meteon good. John wanted to learn about you and Elpis, so I taught him. About this place, about my power, about your favorite food. I'm not sure if that last one will be of any use. But I do appreciate you keeping Meteon company. While you were away, I finished speaking with our guests. Finished? Hardly. You requested time to consider the invitation, so we have no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of your work. My apologies. It has been decided that Emmett Selkin Hethlodeus will accompany me as I tend to my duties. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you would like to come too. I'm compelled to remind you that he is in no way associated with the convocation. We simply chanced to meet at Propileon. There is no guarantee that the matters we discuss will remain private. I do not mind. To see the joy his presence brings Meteon, I cannot imagine our mysterious friend harbors malicious intent. I really don't. John is kind, really, truly. He taught me as much as I taught him. You're coming, of course. To watch Hermes, you're bound to learn lots and lots. Let's go! More armor! Alright. Let's see what it looks like. Yes. Oh, it's this! It's the thing that if you dye it, it doesn't die. Oh, it does die. It just doesn't die the way I would like it to die. It's such a... Oh! Ugh! Anyway. That don't matter. To turn to his duties. If everyone is ready, there are a few creations I need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward Ambystoma. Have care when you step outside a hub, for there may be unruly creatures about. This here is a new species of Petaloda, recently set loose. It has been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If it can see its observation period to the end without issue, we shall release it onto the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? No. It is the presence of a soul, yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation, that can endure on their own. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it is hubris to assume otherwise. But come, let us head to the nearby beacon. I have received a report that arcane entities have gathered there. I'm pretty sure this is the beacon. At least this is what I'm heading for. Look, chat, I was right. Whoa. Hermes. Ah, yes, lightning pneuma, just as the report said. Although we call this structure a beacon due to its form, it's in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains the climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an internal shift towards a given element. Right now, the element is lightning, which draws the pneuma in here to replenish their ether. It appears Medion is busy. Would you care to assist me in her stead and feed the pneuma? I'm supposed to feed them? By using this lightning converger, you can harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball, a veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. If I walk into it, do it. Nope, I don't get electrocuted. Okay, good. Perfectly done, John. Look. See how they gather to feed, how they express themselves through their actions despite their lack of words. Speech is not the sole defining characteristics of a thinking, feeling creature, nor is silence an indication that they do not possess these qualities. Be it a soulless arcane entity such as the Pneuma, or an ephemeral life form such as the Petaloda, all seek to perpetuate their existence, to survive. A good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls to the Bureau of the Architect to pass judgment. Those with exceptional vision, such as Hythlodeus, may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me, it doesn't matter. She's herself. That is all I need to know. Oh, you finished already? I'm sorry, I was in the way. Not to worry, my dear. They missed nothing of note. And we still have plenty of work for them to observe. Next, we will head east to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers there. Oh, that's a gabu. Or at least it will be.
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects. So, how are we coming along?
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Entelekis. Like me.
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace.
Oh! So they are called Elpis. Hythlodaeus, who's standing right there, tells us this, I think. Or was it the Watcher? Oh.
A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions.
Oh?
In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it. And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena.
Dynamis. So it was called Dynamis once upon a time.
Are Antelekis.
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Interesting. Interesting.
Wait. A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis?
Or Akasha, if you prefer that.
I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter. On account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteon?
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%.
That's a very...
The more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. 'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river... Not that I have such grand ambitions.
Oh, Hermes!
Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse.
He just wants someone who could travel through space. A researcher through and through.
The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an entelechy. Like me. So, are we the same? Entelecchies.
No. Ah! No, we're not gonna go to the third one. Serious conversation, no jokes.
That sounds more akin to the desperate flailings of a wild beast when facing imminent death.
Yes, very much so. It's exactly that.
A deficit of ether alone does not an entelechy make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it.
Not the first time he's called us a flailing wild beast. I don't think it'll be the last either. It do be sleepy.
Oh dear. I'd forgotten about the poor fellow. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
Deep in thought. Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it even if we knew. But it irks me to discover that there's an entirely different form of energy, and no one told me. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive. Given that there are none among the 14 who specialize in the Celestial, he would be a welcome addition. Assuming he persuaded to join, that is. I still can't understand his hesitation. When did you join them? Oh, you should know why Emmett Selk was chosen for the convocation. I should be glad to share the tale. It began when... Not another word. Lest you've forgotten, we're to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. Misspent? Oh no! Now I really gotta know! Speak with Hermes, but... Oh, fine. What now? I want to learn about the convocation. If you would accompany us, I suppose you should at least know that much. The Convocation of 14 is a governing body that determines myriad policies. Our goal is to ensure that all is right in creation, that our star may know a brighter future. As the name suggests, the council is comprised of 14 offices, each of which is held by an individual chosen for their surpassing abilities. Depending on the office, one is required to either be an authority in a certain field or possess skills that will facilitate the performance of their stipulated duties. The former category includes Mitron, a specialist in aquatic life, Logriff, specialist in terrestrial life and husbandry, terrestrial life, a Halmarat, specialist in fungal and plant life, Emerolith, specialist in medicine and healing, and La Habrea, specialist in creation magics, who has brought forth phantom beings of the highest complexity. La Brea? As for the latter core, there is Ultima, advocate of the arts, Igayorm, champion of enlightenment and rhetoric, Pashtorot, preserver of discipline and order, Emetzel, keeper of the ethereal realm or underworld in the vernacular, Fandaniel, pursuer of extant phenomenon, and Azem, traveler of the world and counselor to the people. What? Should I be revealing such details to you? Don't be silly. Even children know this much, and you would do well to remember it all. I'll tell you the tale when we're away from sensitive ears. It's Ladeus! Okay. You got a date with a boy. My apologies for the wait. I have inspected the Ampelos to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long ere it is released into the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well. The Charybdis? That is what we shall tend to next. If you'd follow me, my friends, we shall return to the main isle and head north. Oh, yeah, I got nothing. I was gonna say hunting we will go, but we're not actually hunting. I understand there's a problem with one of the Charybdis. Yes, that's right. As you know, the Charybdis is based on a sea creature. Owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it is capable of flight. The specimens created from the concept could all fly without issue, but a problem arose with subsequent generations. This third generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly towards water, its aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem. The result being its affinity to wind is diminished, and it cannot fly. No matter what we try, we can't get it to rise even the slightest bit. For such change to manifest in so few generations, I fear they are too unstable, flawed. With your permission, I'll revert the creatures and recommend to the Bureau that the concept be revised. With its etheric balance leaning towards water, the Charybdis would indeed struggle to manipulate wind. Yet it is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. I shall transform and fly with it, helping it to manipulate wind until it finds its wings. What? You didn't go to such length. You don't know, Sai, but of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of ether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme, as uncouth and unseemly as running about robeless. Shameful. Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort, it's just that, when transformed, I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do all in our power. Be that as it may... Yes, I believe I have a solution. Emetzel, may I trouble you to move that Charybdis away from its fellows, somewhere out of sight? Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? No mischief, I assure you. I would but spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion. So have a little faith and run along. I trust you don't mind. I do wish I was robed up in the Amaranthine robes, but it wouldn't work with my current glam, and I'd have to like take off everything, and it'd just be annoying. Emmett Selk is out of sight. Good. Let's speak of the plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Emmett Selk train the Charybdis. Okay. Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see ether currents. And with his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. While he is indeed capable of all you described, it is not his duty. I am loath to trouble him with it. Don't be. As I mentioned, it would also be for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once. John, I want you to go to Emmett Selk. Tell him that you have a favor to ask. He will be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Off you go now, and good luck. Oh, God. With the chat won't say, use your keyboard or the software keyboard to enter any phrase containing the words, I have a favor to ask. At the end of the game itself, do you have a request? I can't believe we're doing this! We're just messing with Emmett Selk at this point. It wants the US spelling a favor, okay. Favor to ask. Lovely fighting muscle memory. Too far away. Oh, for the love of God. I have a favor to ask. Oh, no, you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. Ugh, I don't know why I thought this. And I will not be made to know. I refuse. It's believed relentless insistence may serve to wear down the ever weary Emmett Selk. But the chat won't say it, use the keywords. Please, Emmett Selk, to plead with Emmett Selk. Okay. This one's easier to type. Please, Emmett the Selk. Of course, I accidentally pressed the R. Man's gonna transform me.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emmett Selk. Please teach it to fly.
Oh, God.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
That last one.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
This is peer pressure. This is peer pressure.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Everyone else just, you know, is pushing for it.
Please, Emmett Selk. Please.
This is funny.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor, and let it be the last.
I love that. He just snaps his fingers.
I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we? You were wondering why Emmett Selk joined the convocation.
So that's what he wants Emmett Selk to do. That's hilarious.
Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even, quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emmett Selk has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve himself in the business of others. Where he walks, excitement is certain to follow. His antics irritate Emmett Selk to no end, but much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine, and together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Because I'm the reincarnation 10,000 years later.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
I'm happy knowing that, like, all is well with the world at the moment. The man hasn't changed in 10,000 years. Which is good. I'm gonna be right back. And we're back. We need to wave to Emmett's out. The emergency room notices you and begins to descend with the Charybdis. Ayo, ayo, ayo. I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Charybdis has learned to fly. And John and I could relax and have a pleasant chat. I'm sure you did. The creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you'll need to repeat that lesson. That was truly impressive. I witnessed it all from afar. The Charybdis flies. Indeed, with this, we've proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it to achieve this, the Charybdis is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in like fashion if and when the need arises. Keeping this in mind, I bid you continue observing them. If that is what you want. But if I may say so, rather than hoping an idealistic possibility comes to pass, would not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way we could guarantee that anomalies such as this specimen are never born in the first place. These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief, as you wish. Hermes. I'm fine, don't worry. Well, that concludes all of my present tasks. Let us return to Anagnorisis for now. What? Want to apologize for forcing me to help, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. Ether to ether. Tell me, John, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? I'm not sure what I'm looking for, but I don't think I've found it yet. If only my work were more interesting. Nevertheless, I'm still indebted to you for keeping me to your own company. If there's aught I might do, you need but ask. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The Lycaon, I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one for observation than it set upon the nearby occupants, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry or somehow provoked? I just fed them myself and the occupants were keeping a wide berth. It is the nature of the Lycaon that is to blame, their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it is an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I've no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doros will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. Where's the scene of the incident? Just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. I don't know if Doros is still there, however. Hermes, wait. This is part of his work that I would observe. We follow. I love how he looks. He's like, agreed? He like looked at me. He's like, agreed? He's already used to me being around. That's hilarious. I'm sure he'll be like, but... And try and like... argue it at some point. Memnon. I do find it weird that in the Unsundered world we still need to find ether currents. That feels like... It feels like consistency for the sake of consistency, even though it should actually not be a thing here. This is the Unsundered world. Everything should be fine. Although, I guess with us having thin ether, because we're only 9/14ths, and Amaratine, maybe that's why. I don't know, man. Oh, whoa, 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 that. Ah, run away. The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. Lycaon was indeed responsible. With the creatures nowhere to be seen, Doros must have taken it away. The man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. Emmett Selk and I will search the area for good measure to make sure that Lycaon did not escape. My thanks. Let us meet at the 12 Wonders when you have finished. I'll go on ahead. Please follow John. Come, come. It's down this path and over the bridge. Am I staying with them, or... No, I'm abandoning the two boys. I'm not sure how I feel about killer trees, though. Oh, ether current. Elpis. I'm missing two more. Thavnair, Marillamentorum, Garlemald, Elpis, something, and something. We'll probably do a stream after the story is finished. You know, a couple streams here and there. There it is, the 12 wonders. Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. He's a man with long blonde hair. I think I'll know him when I see him. A man with long blonde hair. It's neither of those two. Possible? Doros, that's Doros. Well, Naf, it is in Medion. What brings you here? Got it in one! Got it in one! Ayo! Ah, I thought I heard familiar voices. I didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the Kaonas, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the fields and restraints. Frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to Tissus. Once I've submitted my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. It's as he says. The beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need to concern yourself with, as you were. We've heard the news that a Lycaon slaughter occupites. As the observer in charge, you are of the opinion that they are not fit to be released. I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they are released. Lycaons would threaten other species and upset the natural order. Could it be that the specimens observed are an outlier? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them, all exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos? A memory reconfiguration system. The chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive and potentially dangerous, depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions. Pasharat may wish to have words with you. Rest assured, I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it is still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief. Let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of ether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know this thing shouldn't concern you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If creation cannot be properly studied even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If creation is deemed a detrimental existence, we unmake it. 'Tis all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine processes. I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat onto the world. Yet insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all creation, it is all the Lycaons have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report, and we may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend a discussion that Emmett Selk may better carry out his duties? By all means. Pray show them to the meeting room. To man, other beings are just things to be used and controlled, like magic. That's what Hermes once told me. Told me once. If I was inclined to have stuff with like a red trim and whatnot, this would be perfect. But I don't want a red trim. If I want a trim, I want it to be blue. Whatever. I feel the weight bearing down on Hermes. I fear discussion may take a while, during which time... Meteon, are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes. It's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay withdrawn. Loath though I am to pose, may I leave Meteon in your care again? I'm in your debt, if you'll excuse me. I feel bad for this dude. Can I help with something, John? The meeting won't make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most. All the creation in Opus. Most creations are expected to be interesting or beautiful or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one, and I want you to search with me. Let's start here at the 12 Wonders. There's a mender here. And there's a junkmonger. That's the full armor set. This, on the other hand, the fending gear? Ayo. The fending gear. That's armor. That's what I call armor. It's the same armor set, more or less. But the trim, it's unobtrusive and it's blue. It's more purple, but whatever. Still. Whoo. Although, I guess while we're here, let's look at, Anyway, do I need mending? Indeed I do. Toss out a tree rises before you crater your neck to look for flowers. No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hands grow in the tree. Oh, so big and bright, I love them. But they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient, that's what Hermes said. Let's head outside next, don't worry, we won't wander far. Flowers grow in the bed, they're a mix of colors forming a pattern. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine though, let's keep looking. Familiar plant? No, flowers of resident undulations. Oh, a coneon. Flower that can move. Hermes wasn't looking at shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, John. It's spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. So they're probably nearby. Best common looking grasses with some few tiny flowers. Nothing around here. Ah. Over there, John. Something big, huge. So on old boots parades there, without a doubt, the cupboard is the more bull-like creature before you. It's an Adonis. The things around its mouth look like petals, but the flowers are the orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, John? Would you like it? I'd rather not do that thing. So not this one either. I'm fighting a flower. It's harder than I thought. I'm sorry, John. Could we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that. I promise. Ba. Large green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins. Oh, there's nothing. That shiny thing over there, what could it be? Ooh, Elpis flowers. They're here too. Hermes likes to dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're entelekis. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes though. For others, they're always white and bright. Truly, the flower is dark in your home. Then, do you have it too? A dark emotion? You don't have to say it. I can feel it's something you want to hide. But won't you lend it to me? The darkness inside you. I want you to make the flower dark, in front of Hermes. He has been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone, that others are sad too. Truly, you'll do it. Thank you, John. Thank you. It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. Students still talking. Let's wait until they're finished.
Hermes!
Oh. You were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes. We've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on. You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Meteon has shared much with you.
Yeah? Yeah?
May we talk a moment? I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain. But they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear. And it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering. Confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Nor to miss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this? Aberration! Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Alpes. Or if you only did it at Meteion's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort. Lest you misunderstand, I derive no pleasure from your pain. It's just the fact that you are still here in spite of your suffering gives me heart. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteion and her sisters. Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Mityon. Let us head back.
All right!
I'll be right back. We're back. An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it is time I attend to my next task. As Emmett Selk and Hythlodace are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Lycaons. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Doros has followed the correct protocols, and as Chief Overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. The Lycaons would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Ithildaeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lycons have served their purpose. Doros has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I'll join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. I don't want to see it. Of course, let us be off then. We must return to the main aisle. There's 3 Aetherites in the Unsundered world, or at least in Elpis. We don't get to see the full Unsundered world because well, we don't get to see it yet, I should say. People out here summoning animals from the future. Shake my head. Contaminating the timeline! Unnecessary. I think last episode when I first got here, I was just like memeing about. Yeah, I was using the Kamui. I did it bad. Anyway. Like, realistically, we shouldn't have access to the mounts. The hell is this? Doris, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they came frenzied. Even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 wonders. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and John handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me. If this is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Emet-Selch, unneeded though it is. Mission, you are to stay here with Doros. But Hermes, the Lycaons must be reverted. I would spare you their pain and mine. This is my burden, not yours, but if you're intent on helping, then please follow my lead. I appreciate your help and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry. Within striking distance at present, but if it feels threatened, it may well flee beyond our reach. Here's my plan. You'll approach slowly in full view and draw the Lycaon's attention. Now I warn you, its abilities are as fire as its temperament. Once it spots you, it'll unleash orbs of flame. But fear not, by my measure, you're more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me time to catch it unawares. Ready? Then let us begin. Oh. I was about to be like, hmm?
Now. Oh. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten. In concept endure. To reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high, fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Fandaniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
The other icons have been taken care of, the incident is resolved, and life in Elpis continues as normal. Or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? I think it's worse considering we know he does feel that level of torment soon. We should discuss plans for the remainder of your visit. Where to now? If there's anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, then allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you, John? Will you continue along with us? Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you'd follow me, we'll first head back towards Anagnorisis. Oh, it's literally like the halfway point. There's no point. My finger's kind of like... I never did go and check with Machinist if the level 50s are still soloable, thereby making the level 60s soloable now, but because then I can quickly go get all the lanterns, you know. Well, once I'm done with the story, we can make a stream of it or something. There's so much we gotta do before SMT5. It's annoying. I gotta do I don't know if it's the normal raid or the alliance raid. I think I might save them both for 6.1 when we have both available. And then I have to get all the Ether Currents and Stormblood, Shadowbringers, and Endwalker. With Endwalker having some shenanigans level ones, but you know, it is what it is. For me, we'll follow the path northwards to Notenius. There we will find one of the teleporters which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. For trials must be covered by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need to use the device together once, and in force you'll have leave to use it freely. Shall we? Oh, the Sharkbot's not gonna attack us? Interesting, interesting. Some people already have flight in these areas, and I'm just like, how in the flying... That's like, how in the flying fuck do you have flight already? Here we are, Notanius. This teleport will take us to Calamelios, Zephyros, the Western Island. That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way, and you can soon admire the view from above. The final Aetheryte.
I present to you Calamelios Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos. Right then. Let's begin by... Well, well. An Arrhaeus. How delightful.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact, and then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst, concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
Oh? Why? Is that?
That was too close. Are you unharmed?
It is. We don't know
Well
her.
now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Familiar woman. We don't know this woman. We know what she becomes. We know her name though. I think Elidibus said it, or was it the Watcher? I don't know. They all, you know.
Vanar, that we
Vanar.
should meet you here.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
Oh. Oh.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number.
Oh.
A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is he, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
That's hilarious. I love this. I love this so much.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are? I say, have you perchance come from the future?
Excuse me? What the flying fuck?
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
About 10,000 years in the future. But yes.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether. I see you are not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, the one you bear is unmistakably mine.
Hey! So we just got the whole, like, shebang just opened up by her. Are you from the future? You can't ask questions like that.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
And yet, here I am! I want to draw.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days.
Yeah.
You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
We can reshape the recent past.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting! I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future.
I like her.
Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us.
Yeah. There's literally nothing to avoid it because no matter what happens. Maybe if we're like, Ayo, in like 9,000 years, don't resurrect Fandaniel in into Amon because it's gonna end in shit hitting the fan, but...
More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest.
Yeah. The
Will
apocalypse.
you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
The world is ending. There's... In the very distant future, the world is ending.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
I am the reincarnation of Azam, the one that has given you many wrinkled lines, and the world is ending in my time, so I'm here to hopefully find a way to stop it. That's about it. Like, we actually haven't lied about anything so far, just kept certain things.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. We were meant to meet. I am certain of it.
I like Vina.
Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
Is it the current Elidibus? We never actually learned Elidibus's name. We also don't know La Habrea's for the moment. Hey yo, what are y'all doing bringing out future shit? Shake my head. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept engraved crystal, and the quick-fingered Aureus which made off with it. An Aureus, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the Aureus. There's no guarantee that it has dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I could follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. Could I ask you to join the search? I'd appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading to Poison Oikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. You know, if the experience gained from these guys wasn't so god-awful, like, low, I'd fight them. I'd be like, ayo, but if I'm getting like 1,000 XP, or was it 1,600, and I need in the millions, it's a bit. Oh, we're on the first 87 quest. That's good. Our last searcher returns. I'm afraid the Aureus no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better. Here we go. The crystal, well done. Wonderful, now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? You travel often then. It seems we have something in common. We have a lot in common. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azam, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet I am still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis. In fact, many times has my presence been requested, my opinions sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Really to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is, the way one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? Funnily enough, We're supposed to have the Aetheryte now, according to thing. Vanilla is in a cheerful mood. Woo! Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, it's time I return this stolen property. If you would go on ahead to my combination, I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Oh! You know, it just occurred to me. I technically have bought the collector's edition for all for A Realm Reborn, Heavensward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, and Endwalker. Oh, that is 4 expansions. I was gonna say all 4 expansions, but then I stopped because it's like, wait, is it 4 expansions? No, it most certainly is 4 expansions. I don't know why I stopped myself, but you know. Huh? Weird. Someone who deleted me on Facebook has sent me a friend request on Facebook. Okay, sure. Oh. I've had some interesting friends in high school, you know, good peoples. Anyway, I opened up thing for... there was a reason I opened up thing. I wanted to clear my notifications. Anyway, sorry, I'm just all over the place mentally. It's partially the fact that, we actually didn't do anything last stream. 5:45. With this, we won't need the. Why the flying fuck is the defense so bad? There's no way. 84, 581. Well, never mind then. We'll just see what it looks like, and no, we don't need this. Let's enable die preview. Oh, that's evil. Maiming, try on. Enable die preview. Blacken it. Nope, that's fending. Try on. That's what it would look like. Not bad. Not bad. The fact that it's low. It's low defense. It's exceptionally low defense is disappointing, though. I was like 545. We won't need to go through the whole job thing to get the but it's apparently we do. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on some tea. Cutscene time. Hopefully that's it's an audio cutscene because my throat.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
We're gonna start from the beginning.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
That is the beginning. Oh no, that actually is like the partway point. I wish we could learn Azim's name. The current one. It's funny, we still know his name is Hades, and so we have that information as proof. We've said everything.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance.
Elidibus sent me here. I actually don't know why I'm here.
But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future whence he came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which he must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle. And we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any. But we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight.
Yeah, that does seem weird.
Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity.
Dynamis. Sort of.
I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman.
I mean, to be fair.
To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory.
Oh! That's what he's getting. Okay. Yeah, it is weird.
Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable?
Asm. Asm is the answer. Whoa.
Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Emmett Selk! Wait!
Well, I did not see that coming, but I also did.
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them. Ah, yes. The energy distinct from ether. Though not my field, I have a basic understanding of dynamis.
Dynamis is the connection to everything. It's what powers the beasts. It is what powers the Elpis flower. It's what Hermes is trying to create creatures of. It's the only connection.
And you say Hermes researched the phenomenon in the course of creating Meteon? Yes. I believe this warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer.
We're like 2 days off from finishing this, probably. But it's just like...
Now suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emmet Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Shall we begin our investigations, then? I'm acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on the tried-and-true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteon, and I have a good idea of where we might begin. See you, the woman standing in front of yonder building. Her name is Ismene. She is the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask your questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I leave the choice of topic up to you. Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Greetings, Ismene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge him. Certainly, Mistress Vanal. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? Well, I can't answer from my own experience, but I describe him as a quiet man, reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. The man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. He can discuss any species in incredible detail, and is the leading authority on concepts with the power of flight. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? I cannot rightly say, as the chief's personal creation, Meteon has not been subject to observation and study like other concepts. So one day she was simply there, and what do you make of her abilities? I understand that she is a highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies, I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I have not had occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. The chief may not be the most gregarious individual, but he engages with us as is necessary for everyone to perform their duties. I wouldn't want to intrude upon his privacy for the sake of curiosity. Though if you wish to learn more about Meteon, you could try speaking with Timaeus, another expert in the creation of flying concepts. Should be conducting observations on the banks of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We should keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there is aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, John. I think we've taken enough of Ismin's time. I want to see what it looks like white. Snow White. Hold up. Control Shift I. Sophist's robes. Ooh, fancy. Okay, Snow White is this. I need pure white dye. I need pure white dye for this. Oof. I need pure white dye. The closest to Vina's color is pure white. And pure white costs like 1,000,000 gil. Our investigation is off to a fine start. Wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers. If you could track down the colleague has been mentioned. Well, I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during the previous conversation. You seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. I'll ask that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you've finished speaking with this Timaeus. What was it looking like? Die. Yeah. It shows the sleeves, but I would need to have like the Emperor's new gloves or whatever, if that even exists. Yes, yes, I am Timaeus. Please keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds. So what is it you wish to speak about? Numerous work. A worthy subject indeed. Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What set the chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others would traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form, above all else, are dumbfounded by his genius. Meteor 2 is a marvel thing. My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Meteon as a concept, I have never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. Chief Hermes should choose to submit Meteon's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for the public scrutiny. Analyzing Colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if you came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Do you know of Dynamis and Entelekes? Dynamis and Entelekes. Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to. Speak with Venat. I don't know why I said the T that last time. No, whatever. I am Derp. I am John of the Seed of Derpiness. I really would like to meet Azim, but it's not happening. It's definitely not happening. Back already, that was quick work. You were obviously clever enough to eat off any of that rambling as being mentioned. So have you any new findings to share? I see, even an expert in the field had little understanding of Meteon's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Meteon as his personal sub-project, and can provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis, and the Entelekes which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus I'm inclined to stay our current course and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Meteon, aside from unorthodox method of communication? I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? These siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue. One we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Perite Clearstaline, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. West is behind her. This tower and the one further along are both part of Peritania Crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elpis' observational testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I should cut my architectural lesson short and see that those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there and on. Actually, see. For now, while we're here. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed. So if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was it you wished to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project. And by that I assume you mean Meteon. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteon appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galeen shared with me. Ah, Galeen is my partner and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Meteon heavensward. A host of them. For several days she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mistress Vanal, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after the task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with retelling of the sight which so delighted you, Galeen? Of course, or you could hear it from her lips directly if you prefer. At present, she should be observing a subject in Basios Thalasai. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vinal, even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as Azem. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored. Well, I got bad news for you, dude. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galeen in person? I can't fly. Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It will take you up to the Skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. Okay, thank you very much. That would be most helpful, thank you. I have opened the path to the Skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway and you will find yourself at the entrance to Basios Thalasai. Galeen will be eager to share her tale with you, I'm sure. Mistress Vana, just passing through. Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there's always an observer or two out on the upper Skyway. You guys might hear it, but my voice is going. Mr. Svana, I was not told to expect. We would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there's no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeen, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galeen, of course. I'll inform her immediately. Ah, but she may be engaged in the testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us. Please! Voice acting! I'm literally dying.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place? Dark, hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account. Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar, and among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people, beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Pray forgive my lateness. My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
So another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Alrighty, we back. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes set forth the Matea. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Galeen said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at that same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to look at the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? How are they all in tanks and shiz? There's some space here, but... And space here as well. That might be like one of those flying only places. I think Heavensward had that. Vina, where are you? She's leading me to my doom, just like Heidelin does. We're probably gonna get the next dungeon today, which is good. Now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Ah, what about that one? Have you the means to fly? 'Tis quite a distance away. Nope. Convenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry John here over to that island? Stubborn creature, there is no place on this great star we have not together travel, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. I'm aware. What? You've written him before. Ah, your before, meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. 'Tis certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. Demonstrate to him that you're capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you are worthy of his back. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two into the bargain. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it'll certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? And if this memory turns out to be a bad one? That's up to you, isn't it? If a loss would sting, then you had better win. Clear your body, prepare your weapons. I will await you at the clearing over yonder. Oh no, we're gonna die. Oh no. Shall begin, be warned. I'll not go easy on you. I'm not even 88. Do we have the power of the echo in the past?
Let neither side hold back.
Let neither side hold back and I get my ass handed to me.
My blade sings!
Yep, I'm about to die.
My blade sings!
It actually wants us to How? Y'all saw I was using the big boy moves and... No, you're gonna go very easy on me. I was using the big boy moves and it was doing nothing.
Let neither side hold back. My blade sings! My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different. No quarter! Have a taste!
She's a dancer now?
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I. Prepare yourself! Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
What the hell? She's gonna eat me.
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will!
So she's the original Warrior of Light.
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
Bro, you almost killed me! I had like 4k HP left out of like 100. Or 80k, something like that.
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you.
You just gave me an anxiety attack. Please don't ever do that again.
One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, his strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys. Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you.
This is why I prefer cats.
A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
And that is why he helps us in the future. Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where the Metea made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us rather than against us. A flower upon your return. Let us move over to the edge before mountain, shall we? Thou allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over to the isle. Yeah, as well, even given the go-ahead to hop on.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before? So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness. Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture, possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all, and I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place, not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
So, what is your opinion? I am inclined to agree. As we had suspected, the two are somehow involved. Yet 'tis difficult to believe that they would deliberately seek to end all life. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution. Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. Well, we could do worse than to look in Thesis Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in Ithosilla Boreas, the northern isle. I wonder, John, which claims for an institutional claims to research every species destined for release into the world. Did you not question how they find room for them all on so few islands? The answer lies within Thesis itself. I touched upon the practice before back at the archives, where vast areas stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. It is there, within the sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most of Elpis's observers conduct the bulk of the work. Come, the simplest route is via the teleporter north of Poit and Oikos. Okay. Ah, good. The teleporter acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to Thesis Arborea, we follow this path, then turn left at the crossroads. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of Meteon, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious Emmett Selk. Let's go! According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythlodeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we fail to perceive it. And what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth, and would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end. Of that I am certain. It seems there is more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. And we gather all the information. Emmett Selk proves to be the good person we know him to be, even if his choices are in the future. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. And thank you for your understanding. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story. But as Emmett Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. Sorry. Hythlodeus is just laughing in the background. Hey, we all knew I was going to take a screenshot of that. The requests away a hunger in the garden. Boom, boom, boom. So, yeah, we'll be at 88 before the 87th dungeon. Possibly. No, we definitely will. I see the symbol for it. I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the next aisle over. Meteon is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Miss Hopsy's Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go to Hythlodeus. They are close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, John, make yourself useful. Bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance of convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the creations in there are not exactly... Then again, perhaps John can handle them. He did survive a bout with Vina, after all. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Did this man just tell me I'm gonna have to fight? Arthurius, you're lucky I like you. I can't find them. Oh, back. Nope, 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 nope. Ah, how do I move? Hermes, where the fuck are you? Oh, there he is. John, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hythlodaeus and Emmett Cell company. An important matter, and unrelated to my decision on Fandaniel, you say? Then yes, I will come, as soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. Yeah, no kidding. I am gonna yeet myself out of here. Yeet, 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 yeet. Must get yeeted, yeet, 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 yeet. Ow! Fuck this shit right now. I don't wanna die! No! Run away! Run all the ways! You spoke with Hermes then, and were briefly entangled in the deserts of the Gardens as well, I see. Or should I say smell. I cannot speak for certain convocation members, but I, for one, am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet the Emmett Selk who would recreate Amara in the depths of the ocean, I think it best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone. Naive hope that it is. That is. Because stay where he is. Okay. Hermes said he would not be long, yes, then we shall wait here until he emerges. Hermes, 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 Hermes. Hermes in Hades. Interesting. You'd think as a warrior of light, I'd be wearing like all white or light colors, but no, no black.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
The final days.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity. If one can suspend disbelief.
Ah.
Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are and why you came.
The final days.
Yeah, the fact that he's the reason for it is
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom.
It's like, yes, that's literally why I traveled 10,000 years into the past. Help! What do you know? Because I need it now.
And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves.
Yeah.
The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether.
Yeah.
Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. The source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
That...
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Wait, something from outside the planet is attacking the... That would explain why no one on the planet can figure it out, yes.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteion. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report. So cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Steady, Meteion. Steady.
So scared. So lonely. The pain. It's too much. Why? Why do we... They hurt. Hate. This is wrong. All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteion also employs Dynamis. That will explain why you were able to hear her when we could not.
You are not sundered. Jeez, I didn't think being only a portion of a person would ever come in handy.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
Yikes. Words without sound. Okay, well, you said this is requesting for any hint of Meteion's presence. Fail to hear her voice, she must be elsewhere. It seeps into my mind, our voices reporting. No, Hermes wasn't here then. I have to run to hide. Meteion's anguished voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. She's in the water? Shit's getting real. Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. Oh no, we can't tell them that. We must run far away. Damn it. Please don't follow me. I'm gonna follow you. I have to. No voice fades. His heads recline to the top of the ridge. This girl needs to stop running. Shit's getting real though. Bro, if I had level 90 Bard or Machinist, I'd use Peloton. It would give me a nice little speed boost temporarily. But it's 80 if I was to switch to it. I'm getting bodied in an instant. Like, I'm literally just gonna get one shot. How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be. Which always drifts us away to the south. We tried to catch even the faintest whisper, but failed to hear Meteon's voice. She must be elsewhere. Please stop running. Please. We're the Seven Nations armies and all peoples of Etheris. Processing expedition data. Preparing profiles of intelligent civilizations. Formulate answers to the question. Finalizing report. No, John, you mustn't listen. It's wrong, it's all wrong. Meteon's anguished voice flees towards the lake. Any side of Meteon. Packed, confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict their movements. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? The Matea are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disturbed its usual harmony. How about we access this shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being, directly. In the Matea's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Meteon we just lost, we've no means to communicate with them. I need to clean my mouse. No way of knowing what befell her sisters, no way to provide directions or guidance. Then we had best set our music aside and concentrate on how we might find her. Speak with Hermes. Oh, my dear Meteon, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? The next quest gets us level 88! Correct if I'm wrong, but Meteon renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with the surfeit of ether? Much how Emmet Selk solidified your presence when first we met you. Don't be absurd, I can hardly channel ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. John will continue the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once he ascertains Meteon's likely location, you proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with the swift ethereal downpour. Very clever, and thankfully she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Leith. Assuming she is made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. Then we have our plan. John and Emmet Selk will be our tracker and trapper respectively, while we others predict and obstruct Meteon's avenues of escape. Emmet Selk and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. Hey! Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Meteon and pick up the trail from there. I'll keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. In that company, keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave him itself. Run, Emmet Selk, run. I was gonna call him Hades, but that's a big no-no apparently. Calm your mind, your senses. As a friend. She must be elsewhere. Nothing this way. We try another route then. Ugh. No. I've already exited. Okay. Oh. Not everything is suspicious, huh? Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide, yes, I'll just have to hide then. Where no one can find me. Until Zego's voice heads towards the water's edge. She went to the lake, as if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least the open expanse should make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time. Nope, 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 nope. Not doing it, not doing it, not doing it, not doing it. These last two quests! Ah! Not here. I'm not here, please. By that rock, is she? Very well. I love the snap. What? Why can't I hide? There's no need to run, Meteon. I wanted to say the second one, but that's out of character. John, what are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It'll break him, his poor fragile heart. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. I love working with them itself. This is great. We didn't get much of this in Shadowbringers, you know, in the future. But doing it in the past is good too. It counts. Hey, I just want to get through this quest so I can get through the dungeon. There, I see her. This entire chase nonsense. Ugh. It feels weird that we're chasing a little girl. Not gonna lie. Though a lot less weird when you realize she's not human. And she's probably hundreds of years old. Did we seriously make a full circle? Let's go. I think we need to do more than just a blast of just non-aspected ether. We need to just pin her down.
Aha!
Hey.
Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Okay. Emulsuk! She's actually going into the oh. Man's a genius. Man's a genius!
Please, Mission. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry.
I swear if she pulls another disappearing act, I'm gonna be annoyed.
If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all. Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for, what gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed?
Oh, right.
To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so.
Oh.
But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Yeah. Oops.
Meteion, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteion back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteion. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard.
Well,
Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
so... Hermes may have fucked up. I think that's where this is going. And I hope I'm wrong.
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteion, not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
And there it is.
You fool!
My question is, how are we gonna function in a dungeon with... I'm so very confused. Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when creation is returned to ether? Had you never cast your cursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Plentiful harvest. Ithildace is pondering what to do next. Hermes has headed to Thesis. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating Ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost point in the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteon is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty is to safeguard this star. Convocation's duty to safeguard this star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Vina, John. It is clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond the shadow of a doubt that Meteon is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase. And even if neither Hermes nor Meteon is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed on all counts. To Thesis Hyperbarea we go. Hyperborea. Oh god. Please fast travel. I don't feel like walking. Hey. Wait. Oh no, it's just... That looks like a behemoth, but like not. I guess pre-sundering behemoth had more color. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Thesis? Thesis. Mr. Svena, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Thesis put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes doing, obviously. And what does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Thesis scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. They consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes, and must enter the premises regardless. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not like to be at our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I've little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put that talent of yours to good use. You were fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled? Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need only make the most of your strength, and I will fill in the gaps as required. I was once Asm, after all. 'Twas my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. Hey! And you, Emmet Silk, can impress us with your arcane majesty. You lob potent spells as easy as breathing, but can also channel that power in a protective manner if you so choose, yes? It will, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent, that should cover us on all fronts. He's like, I hate my life. Your tale led us here, John, so it is only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Meteon. And then we will face the future together. Thesis Hyperborea. Now accessible. With that, I make a sound like I'm in the stream. I'm not. I'm gonna BRB. All right. Caging the messenger. First, before we go into it, let's see. Paladin, all-rounder, soul seer, bard. The third seat. We won't know what healer role she takes until we go in. But bard. Oh no, it doesn't actually say. Damn. So for both. Oh.
Come, let us be off.
Let's get this over with. Let's get this over with.
Damn, I was hoping to smack him into thing. Alright, well, now that we know that. Yes, I attempted to do the 50, 60, 70, 80 dungeon. It didn't work. The thing glitched out, I guess. It glitched out on me. It glitched out on me at the end. Like, it was weird. Like, it like fully glitched out at the final boss after we wiped one time too many, I guess. Thesis Hyperborea. The world on Sunday. As we can see by me scratching my arm, it's still hacking out. Let's go. Let's go. We got a summoner. Let's go. Let's go. We got a summoner. Let's go.
Please, turn back! Else I might be forced to.
Summoner and Red Mage, those are my favorite, like, classes to deal with. Slow and steady. Let the tank bring them all in and unleash hell! Oh, I'll pull my weapon back out once we leave the past. I love Reaper! In case no one has realized it, with 7 episodes of me not changing class. And to think I dual main Stormblood, Bard and Machinist. Hey, I'm not walking into that. Slice! Waxing slice. Infernal slice. It doesn't. Okay. I want a LB! Like, I want to, but obviously, like, there's no need to. 'Cause, like... Also, I'm just not in the habit of hitting the LB before the final boss. The last time I used LB was, it was Connor Ravel.
I'm warning you. Stay away!
Oh, our tanky boy's dying. Our tanky boy lives. That's all that matters. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, I meant to come back here. I might be coming back here later on. If you know what I mean. Y'all saw those greaves? That's some like... Also, wait, well, what's the item level on it? 42. It's literally perfect. Literally perfect. If I can get all the maiming gear here. Maiming slain. Casting, we need maiming. I need the arms. I need this. Hey, yo, guys. I need the... Oh, treasure coffer. Treasure coffer. Pop it open. Pop it open. Pop it open. Ugh. Pass. I did it. I did it. I did it. I did it. I didn't do anything. I'm guessing the other two passed on it or whatever. figured out its tells. Yeet. Aiming, casting. Pass. Pass. I am no longer a physical range DPS main. I am now a Reaper main. To be fair, I chose Bard as my first class, and that one was that one starts to become pain in the higher levels. Like, it's actually easier to use Machinist, and then even easier than that is Dancer. Like, you can pretty much macro Dancer entirely. Gotta bring him back up. Woo! Pass.
I must hear their answers before they're expunged from existence.
I don't want to fight Hermes. What the hell?
So, it comes to this.
Dude, no one...
I have no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction. I will have the time and tranquility I require. Gust and gale, gather to me! Ancient brand, unleash your power! Dancing winds, pierce my foe! Stars on high, fall and rain! Streams of ether! Surge as one!
Oh, I had to take damage.
Dancing winds, pierce my foes!
Oh, heck. Oh! Might need that then. That's so bizarre. Like, we were doing so great. Nothing going wrong. And then we hit the final boss. Bit odd that. Bit odd that. Yeah, nothing. Nothing was said. It was just rip. Because it's already black, right? So this is like literally perfect. I still don't know how to use this one. Immortal sacrifice cost. What the hell's an immortal sacrifice? Oh wait, is it talking about... Okay, I think immortal sacrifice is talking about the shroud thing.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Gust and gale, gather to me! Ancient brand, unleash your power! Dancing winds, pierce my foe! Stars on high, fall as rain!
my DPS is down for the next minute. And so are my need for heals.
Streams of ether! Surge is one! Dancing winds! Pierce my foes!
Oh, no, that... Okay, he was rest. I was about to say that's how the end happened last time.
Stars on high! Fall as rain! Streams of ether! Surge is one!
Two of us are getting smacked, right? We're getting smacked. And I'm getting more than smacked. What it seems our long-range boys are avoiding the wind at least.
Dancing winds! Pierce my foes!
That's fine, that's fine. New dungeon, new content. It's all Gucci.
Stars on high! Fall as rain! Even when transformed, but I am not finished yet.
We did it!
No! My power!
Hermes, calm down, man. Wait, does that mean I gotta level up? Or is that from thing? Ah! I don't remember, it's been too long! C. Nope, not 89 yet. Sadness. Pass me. Yeet, feel free to leave. Oh, they got the healer got the thing. That's fine. I'm just like completely dismissive of it. I just wanted it because to have it. We're headed back, by the way.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteon into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteon, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, These peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice.
She is the final.
Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence.
Medion is the final days.
There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful.
Hermes, how many did you make?
We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Etheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die? Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does it not stand to reason that we too should be discarded?
That is sophistry, and you know it!
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. But who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
No.
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmet Selk of the Convocation at Propylion.
Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events, and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emet-Selch and Hithodaeus. Meteion's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer.
Yeah.
Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
And thus, the final days.
Go, Meteion. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
Meteion is the final days. And Hermes is an idiot!
This ends here!
Fly, Meteion!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
I hope we don't get memory wipes, because that's gonna be annoying.
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today, for it is the key to saving your future, your world.
I have to
This
leave.
fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with, not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits, and no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact, and I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Almost! Very well, then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Oh. Oh ho ho.
Meteion's gotten away.
Okay.
Second process complete. 1 remaining to execution.
Ugh. No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Well, I guess this is where we die. It was nice playing this game, chat.
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azem.
And all
There's no
incarnations
time!
of Azem.
Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos!
Okay, we made it. And Vana made it too. Okay, okay. Ooh, boy! Where's my phone? I'm gonna need that to order pizza.
I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteon's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape. I'd like to know too. Let us ascertain the situation at Kutisis Hyperborea, where they should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time? Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteion, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Venar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress is well.
Okay. Okay.
I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Venar about it when next we meet.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteion did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects.
And that's how he becomes Sven Daniel.
Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not. But since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
That's heartbreaking. That's actually heartbreaking.
Let us rest. If only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Yep, about 10,000 years. Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand your exertions are more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will create more entelechies. He poured much of himself into Meteon, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that, had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then the Meteo would have never been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence, he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fandaniel. John, listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emmet Selk and Hythlodaeus that they have been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors of Propylaeon. As soon as I'm back in the Crystarium, I am returning my freaking gear. Trousers of Maiming, hold up. There we go. That means I just need the armor. Hey, I'm walking around shirtless, man. But yeah, it's just black pants. Pizza is ordered. Your time in this age is drawing to an end. Upon speaking of not, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is going to use sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Yes. I will literally walk out this door with the cutscene paused, if I have to.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
We'll meet again.
May you and yours emerge triumphant. Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteion free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. And were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe. Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteion at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friend's memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end.
Well, I'll do my best.
As you move forward, so too will I. As will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
And we have returned onto the present.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Fandaniel.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiark. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong! Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it! We won't accept it! It will be ours again! A world free of sorrow!
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness.
Yeah, how does...
No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiac! God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before.
We're about to see
They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk.
Hey, yo! So it wasn't some epic fight. She just yeeted everyone.
All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest.
What is going on with her?
A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured.
She's like covered in what seems to be blood.
To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting.
She's covered in something, and that something is creeping me out. This song is amazing, though.
A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
As soon as we get up, I am gonna end the stream. Or as soon as we're free to do so. Because we've gone over 6 hours now. I very much should not have continued going, but... You know. Because I actually have to pay the guy this order in cash, so I can't be sitting here. That's a fully my bad. Alright, that is gonna be it for today's stream. I'll be back tomorrow with another 6 hours or so. Yeah, I'll see you guys then. Bye-bye.